We are delighted to share the special address of Dr. V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, through a video recording.
Namaskar. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this landmark event, the International Conference on AI for the Oceans 2025. At the outset, I congratulate the organizing team for bringing together such a brilliant community of minds working at the exciting intersection of ocean science and artificial intelligence. As someone who comes from a background in computer science and engineering, I have seen AI grow from simple algorithms into systems that are now capable of learning, reasoning, and even creating. It's both humbling and inspiring to see how far we have come. But what truly excites me, what fuels my passion even more, is seeing how these technologies are being applied in domains far beyond their origins. And one such domain, rich with challenges and opportunities, is the ocean. Our country, India, is the only country which has an ocean named after her, the Indian Ocean. And maritime economy is going to become extremely important as a fueling of our general economy. Often called the final frontier on earth, our oceans are vast, mysterious, and still largely unexplored. And here is where AI becomes not just a tool but a game changer. Think about this. We can now deploy intelligent underwater vehicles that explore the seabed without human intervention, use deep learning to decode whale songs and marine biodiversity patterns, and apply predictive models to foresee cyclones, tsunamis, and sea level rise with greater accuracy than ever before. From my perspective, AI isn't just an enabler, it's an amplifier. It amplifies our ability to see, understand, and act. In the oceans, it amplifies our reach into depths that were previously inaccessible. Our insight into complex systems like ocean currents and ecosystems, and our capacity to build sustainable and resilient coastal futures. One of the most beautiful aspects of this field is its interdisciplinarity. This conference brings together experts from oceanography, marine biology, climate science, civil and ocean engineering, computer science, and policy. It's this convergence that makes breakthroughs possible. I strongly believe that the most transformative solutions for the planet will emerge when disciplines merge and work in harmony. I am proud that this flagship event is supported by the Marine Technology Society India section, with many collaborating institutions and industry partners. At IIT Madras, we are especially honored to be a partner. Our Department of Ocean Engineering is deeply committed to advancing ocean technology, and our faculty are playing a vital role in national initiatives like the Deep Ocean Mission, led by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. These projects are increasingly incorporating AI to model wave behavior, predict structural responses, and monitor marine environments. We also take pride in our MTS student section, which is among the most active in the country. Events like the MTS Tech Sim, organized entirely by students, have fostered an innovative spirit among young researchers and built a strong community focused on ocean-related challenges. To everyone attending this conference, I urge you to think boldly and collaboratively. AI for the ocean is not just a research theme, it's a mission for the future of humanity. Let us use this platform to reimagine ocean exploration, reshape how we protect marine ecosystems, and redefine how we coexist with the oceans. I wish this conference great success and look forward to seeing the ripples of today turn into the waves of tomorrow. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words.
I invite Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Professor Muttamil Chelman, Vice Chancellor of SRM IST, Professor Balaji, Director of National Institute of Ocean Technology, Mr. Hans von Smarin from MTS, Dr. Venkateshan, Dr. Napoleon, and distinguished delegates, guests, invitees, my colleagues and friends from NIOT, some of the industry colleagues, and many other from IIT Madras, and all others, and especially students. Very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here, and it is an important conference. I know that it is a ocean, is the oldest MTS as well as SRMIST for organizing such an important conference here. I come from Ministry of Earth Sciences. Of course, the Ministry of Earth Sciences is looking at all the spheres of Earth system science, especially atmosphere, hydrosphere, cryosphere, geosphere, and associated biosphere. Under this hydrosphere, of course, the ocean is very, very important because the ocean is a future. As you know that ocean provides, many already mentioned about it, ocean provides oceans of opportunities, but also it comes with seas of challenges. So we need to navigate how to utilize these resources or opportunities in sustainable manner. At the same time, how do we face the challenges posed by the ocean? That's the main thing. I think for that, definitely AI will be a big boost for this. When you talk about the ocean, what are the opportunities? I look at it basically, I think Vice Chancellor has already mentioned about many of the things, like all these things, everything depends on food, water, energy, and health, and also security and other aspects under the changing world. Under the changing world means under the climate change scenario, how these all 5 components will vary. If you talk about food, ocean provides a lot of food. Of course, ocean is having not only food, but also ocean provides every 50% of the oxygen what we have that comes from the ocean. That means every alternative breath what we are taking, it comes from the ocean. And it regulates weather and climate. And also it provides various resources, both living as well as non-living resources. And also it is a good platform for recreation. And there are many other things. It is what is called shipping. 90% of the volume of our material has been transported through ocean, and much more, many other opportunities are available. If you talk about food, of course, fisheries provides roughly about 1% of our national GDP, but in India, we are using only coastal fisheries. Considering the importance of the fisheries, and now recently, you may be knowing that recent budget, it has been announced that deep sea fisheries also has been provoked now. So we are aiming for at most double the percentage of GDP. That means 1% to GDP, 2% we are planning. Not only for food, fisheries, as well as seaweed, and also southern ocean fisheries. Polar fisheries, grill fisheries is one of the important species where you can get omega content is highest in the world. And India has a quota because we are in the Antarctic Treaty System. So we have a quota, but still we have not explored that. I think it is imperative that we need to go for various kinds of food, protein especially. And the second element, we are talking about energy. Energy, if you talk about, there are various energies are available in the ocean, but we are not harnessed at all. Recently, one of our institution, INCAIS, has computed, or maybe theoretically, how much energy is available in the ocean, especially in the EEZ of India, exclusive economic zone of India. And they found out that roughly about 900 exawatt, that means 9 lakh terawatt power is available in the ocean. Even 10% of that energy, if you are able to save, I think it's much more than what we require. But why we are not doing? Maybe because we don't have a technology problem, or we have economically viable options. So I think it is imperative that we need to work out the technological tools for harnessing this ocean sustainably. At the same time, it has to be economically viable. You take it ocean energy, you try it from tidal energy, wave energy, ocean current energy, ocean thermal energy, salinity gradient energy, and solar energy, offshore wind energy. Many are there. I think it is, I request maybe the young future generation, especially students and other things, to come forward with innovative ideas. How do we harness this energy from the ocean? I think that is more important. Apart from that, there are about gas hydrates, that energy. Still, we know in India we have a plenty, but no other country or nobody, the technology is available to harness the gas hydrates. And the gas hydrate itself, again, even 10% of the gas hydrates available within our ears, that if we are able to harness, it is energy sufficient in India. I think these are the various opportunities are available. And then apart from energy, when you talk about the next one is a water. NIOT has already demonstrated some of the desalination plant, not like conventional reverse osmosis. It is a unique technology. I think that it is imperative that we need to populate such a technology in much efficient as well as in all the places, not only in Ireland and other things, we need to go for it. This is very simple technology, but it is very effective, and not only it is useful for water, but also you can produce the same technology, you can produce energy, and also you can have a food. That means out of 5, what Vice Chancellor mentioned, 3 we can cater. Food, because the nutrient-rich water we are bringing for the fresh water for cooling, that is more nutrients rich, so you allow that in the water, you will have more productivity in terms of phytoplankton and other things. So food chain will be increasing, strengthened. And energy, because if you have a water thermal energy, you can convert energy, and also the fresh water you can get now. I think many of the plants are already established in Lakshadweep for fresh water, but now they are working on for the power, and maybe definitely it is useful for the food. So this water problem also we need to solve, because these are the 3 things which will be very big problem in the coming years, especially when the climate change is changing very fast. And the 4th category, health. Of course, I am not talking about health of the human being, but also health of the ecosystem, so that we need to think about One Health. So how the One Health, the ecosystem health as well as human health, how do we cater? Because as again, many of the things which we are coming because of the climate change or many other aspects, the disease and other things comes, as well as the medicinal value comes from the ocean. All these things we have to take care, and we have a lot of resources available. And considering in Indian Ocean, vast ocean, of course the biodiversity what we exist, we don't know still what is the biodiversity exists. I think it is imperative that we need to map it. So all these things, whatever I am mentioning it, I think we need to have AI tools, because the data available, I think in INCA is also having a digital ocean. In the digital ocean is having a 5-dimensional parameters, 5-dimensional box, you can say. That means latitude, longitude, depth, as well as the time, and the last one is a parameter. The 5-dimensional array is already available, but nobody can look at it, because the in situ data is now, it is pouring like anything from various in situ platforms, right from drifting buoys, Argo floats, autonomous underwater vehicles, moorings, and many other things. Apart from that, coastal radars, then satellites, then over and above, there are many models producing a lot of data. I think nobody can look at all this data and try to understand what are the processes going on, what are the resource options available, what are the various things are happening in the ocean. We cannot understand without the new technology such as like AI. I think it is imperative how to use this AI technology, AI tool for making various oceanographic importance. It is not only resources, but also we need to have a sustainability in mind. So that is why we need to have a conservation. How do we conserve our ocean, and how do we sustainably harness our ocean? That is the 2 important things which we need to think about. Even you can talk about the resources, even metals nowadays, polymetallic noodles or hydrothermal sulfides or cobalt crust, all these things are available in the ocean. We need to understand where it is available, how much is it available, what are the economic value of it, and also we need to, how do we, technology we need to have harness in without environmentally affecting that particular areas. All these things we need to look at it. So in order to harness the ocean, of course, we have to have harness the ocean. Yes, the future ocean or the ocean is the future. I think even you name it anything, it will be dependent on the ocean because the resource available as well as the opportunities available on the land exhausted. So we need to think now, you name it everything, even supercomputer. Our ministry is having supercomputer of 20 petaflop computing. For that we are using at roughly about per month, we are using for electricity power itself roughly about 3 crore per month electricity charge. Why we have to do it in land, such a computing device? Why don't we put it in the ocean, deep sea, so that we can use the heat exchange from the deep sea coolant? Already people have started now. Most of the servers are coming in the deep sea. So we can think of some of the innovative technology or innovative ideas, how we can utilize the ocean for benefit of the humankind, but sustainable in keep in mind. So these are the main objective. Of course, we need to think about these AI tools because this is one of the ocean is one of the important things where any subject, you name it, any subject, they have a stake in it. You take engineering, science or medicine, they are there. In engineering also different branches, they have a stake in it. Even you develop technology. I think we need to develop various technology. That is major challenge. Though there are opportunities, as I mentioned, there are about challenges. Even challenges also plenty. You take a climatic stress or non-climatic stress or technological challenges or many things. As a climatic stress, what facing by the ocean is a plenty. It is a sea level rise, or you take it, what is called, ocean is warming much faster, the marine heat waves are forming, and coral health is going bad. So many other challenges are facing by the ocean, and also the non-climatic stress like pollution, marine litter and oil leak and many things also is happening in the ocean. And the last challenge is of course technology, and many of the things what we need to observe and what we need to understand and what we need to model and forecast, that is also a big challenge. I think we need to have more and more technology for that. Also harnessing, we need a technology. I think it is imperative that this ocean is a lot of opportunity. I think with the available resources of AI tools, we will definitely, we will be able to harness the ocean in sustainable manner. For that, I think this conference will be a better platform for bringing out new innovative ideas and solutions so that in the future, maybe the future, our humanity will live peacefully. And also we are looking at the 2047, of course, Viksit Bharat for India. At that time, we have to think about how the ocean can contribute. Presently, the ocean contributes to the national GDP roughly about 4%. How do we double it, or how we can go to double digit? That is our objective. For that, I am sure that AI will play a vital role. For that, whatever the resources you are harnessing or whatever the GDP you want to increase, AI is imperative. I think you can bring, because many of the new students and other people, they can think differently. Because the oceanographers always think in particular line. The many other students and other discipline, they can think differently so that we can bring many new innovative ideas so that we can have a better solution for the ocean to harness as well as to preserve and conserve the oceans. I am sure that at the end of this 3 days workshop or conference, you will bring out some of the new recommendations, and which we are also maybe, as Vice Chancellor has mentioned, new problem statement so that we can collectively work on that and try to solve this problem. So with this, I once again wish the conference a huge success and bring out new innovative ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your considerate words.
I would now like to call upon Dr. C. Mutthamichelvan, Vice Chancellor SRM IST, to honor the chief guest. We request the chief guest, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, to felicitate the special invitees of the conference for their contributions towards ocean technology. We request the following delegates to receive the memento from the chief guest, Dr. Ashokan, Program Director and Scientist, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Dr. Nobi, Scientist, Ministry of Earth Sciences. And Commodore Amit Ray from Indian Navy. Dr. M.A. Atmanand, IIT Madras. Dr. N. Vedachalam, Scientist and Project Director of Matsya NIOT. Dr. Palani Yappan, Scientist NIOT. Dr. T. Senthil Murugan, Principal Scientist, Central Institute of Brackish Water Aquaculture. So you were supposed to. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of MTS India section, we would like to honor Dr. R. Venkatesan, Founder Chair, MTS India section, by the MTS Lifetime Achievement Award in Marine Domain. We would like to invite our chief guest and other dignitaries to felicitate this award. Thank you all.
I request Dr. Linus Martin, Dean CET of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all present here. Respected Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. Balaji, Director, NIOT, Mr. Hans, MTS, Dr. Venkatesan, Chair of this conference, Professor Muthamil Chelvan, Vice Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, colleagues and friends. It's a great pleasure for me to stand in front of you to propose a vote of thanks. Yesterday when we were talking about Dr. Ravichandran's visit to SRM, 2-3 times we have tried, but he couldn't come due to his engagement, type of engagement with the government and other agencies. Fingers are crossed. That was the comment I received from our registrar. So thank you, sir. This time you have made it, and we are very thankful to you. Professor Dr. Balaji, Director, National Institute of Ocean Technology, thank you for making it and gracing the function. Mr. Hans, thank you for traveling from the US to make this conference more colorful. I thank Dr. V. Kamakodi, who couldn't come in person, but who delivered a crisp talk, recorded video talk. So thank you, Dr. Kamakodi. I thank the Vice Chancellor who leads the team at SRM Institute of Science and Technology. As he pointed out, the students who are sitting here, we have a lot of initiatives for you. We have the MDP multidisciplinary project in place for you to join with friends from other departments to come out with multidisciplinary projects. You have UROP, for which we are in fact funding for you to come out with the research publications. So you can start at the level of second year, and third year you can come out with the publications with the help of faculty members, for which SRM is funding. And during the talk by the Vice Chancellor, he told you have to pick up some points so that you can start working on that. For that, I think you have to attend all the sessions. The invited speakers here are eminent in their field. Otherwise, if you want to talk to them, it may be very, very difficult, but they are here in front of you to deliver lectures. You attend the sessions, get ideas, come out with problem statements. We at the administration, we are ready to help you to convert that into a research proposal or a publication or any other thing which is going to be of use to you. So I thank all the invited speakers who have come here in midst of your tight schedule. You have traveled from different countries. So thank you all. So, and the participants and other research scholars and friends from other institutions also, thank you very much. Enjoy your stay at SRM. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your courteous words. Technology is certainly an amazing tool, but only through innovation, collaboration, and a collective commitment can we move towards a stable future for our oceans. Kindly enjoy high tea. After 5 minutes, please join us for the first keynote session by Commodore Amit Ray, Indian Navy, in the same venue. Please remain seated until the dignitaries on stage depart.
Commander Ray has played a crucial role in the repair, construction, design, and trial of wide range of submarines. His academic journey is equally impressive with an MTech in Ocean Engineering and Naval Architecture from IIT Kharagpur, an MPhil in Defense and Strategic Studies from Mumbai University, and a PhD in Submarine Hydrodynamics from IIT Delhi. He has authored more than 30 technical papers and has been recognized with prestigious honors, including a Doctor's Golden Medal from IIT Kharagpur and a Medal of Distinction from Royal Institution of Naval Architectures, UK. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Commodore Amit Ray.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you very much for allowing me the first technical lecture of the day. Today I will touch upon the scope as brought out here. I want to talk about autonomous marine systems, and I'll try to address it mainly to the students who are here today, covering the challenges of this field, the applications, ongoing work in this area in the country, the opportunities that exist ahead, and some suggestions. The challenges of the ocean or maritime domain, especially underwater, are something that does require highlighting, because with the aerial drones of today, it seems almost commonplace to collect information visually or using electromagnetic means, which seems very easy on land or from the air, but is almost impossible or extremely difficult when underwater. So these are the challenges which are shown. It's a huge area. There's a lot of there are a lot of challenges in storing energy to be able to utilize underwater for either sensors or vehicles. There's difficulty in communication because you have to use only sound waves, which are very tricky. Navigation without the use of GPS is another challenge underwater. You've got tremendous amount of pressure, which increases by 1 atmosphere for every 10 meters that you go down into the water. And of course, corrosion and fouling, which affects any and every structure that is immersed in seawater. So this underwater domain poses several technology challenges. And since we are here in an institution of technology, this is where our focus needs to be. The first area is vehicle autonomy, that is processing power, adequate control or utilization of the limited energy that is stored on board, and processing of information using techniques of AI and ML, which is the theme of the conference today. Sensors and materials are another technological area of challenge, and developing low power and compact solutions for sensors, achieving connectivity between the air, the surface, and underwater is another major challenge. And materials technology for strategic materials like, say, ones that are used for either computational hardware or for components like permanent magnets. These are strategic in the sense that they have a wide range of applications in number of domains, and their supply is limited. From the operational point of view, there are challenges because there is a need to control multiple platforms which are sort of blind, operating without being able to see each other or connect to each other or communicate with each other reliably. We need to have a combination of fixed as well as mobile sensor nodes. Launch and recovery of any underwater platform has to be from the surface. which is a tricky place to be because it is subject to waves, it is subject to sea surface weather conditions. And the fourth segment of the challenge is for having efficient chemistry to store energy, intelligently manage power, and if possible, derive electricity or energy from renewable sources. With this background, let us come to the applications of autonomous systems under the water as well as on the sea surface. The scientific applications are plenty, and these are listed here just so that you can get into the details, and I'm sure many aspects of these will be covered over the next 2 days here. Industrial applications relating to utilization of resources that are there in the ocean. And applications for defense, which are related to not just detecting things that are underwater, but also being able to do something about them if they pose a threat. Just to introduce the very basics, an unmanned underwater vehicle can be either autonomous or remotely operated. That is the basic difference between an ROV and an AUV. The advantage of the ROV is that it draws power from the surface, either from a mothership or from another vehicle, and therefore is fairly reliable in terms of communication, power supply, and the data that it measures under the water, which is sent back up through that cable and can be accessed in real time or close to real time. These ROVs are extensively used for offshore industries, for manipulation, that is for doing things underwater, for moving things, opening things, shutting things. Autonomous vehicles, on the other hand, do not have this umbilical, and that gives them greater flexibility to go to places which are harder to reach. However, they are totally reliant on acoustics for communication and have other challenges of launch, recovery, station keeping, path following, and so on. The naval roles, in particular for autonomous vehicles as well as remotely operated underwater vehicles, are for oceanography or bathymetry. Bathymetry refers to specifically measurement of the depth of the sea floor as from point to point, and oceanography in general refers to measurement of all parameters of interest, which is an intersection of marine science and ocean engineering and marine technology. Intelligence gathering, surveillance, and reconnaissance is just one step ahead of the data collection that is done for scientific purposes, because it can be used and is necessary for underwater defense, be it in harbor or in the open sea. Port and harbor defense specifically is something that has been given a lot of importance, especially after the 26/11 attacks on Mumbai, where we know that the intruders came from the sea route. Mine countermeasures and anti-submarine warfare are other applications in the naval domain for autonomous systems. Keeping in mind all these applications, the Indian Navy came out with a vision document for unmanned systems for the next couple of decades. This was released in 21, and it outlines all the aerial, surface, as well as underwater marine platforms, autonomous systems that are envisaged for use. And this is available on request. You can drop a mail to the ID indicated and indicate your requirement, what you want to use it for, how it will be useful for you, and it can be shared. In this table, I want to give an idea of how capabilities depend on size. So on the top you have got 4 categories of sizes: small, medium, large, extra large, as if it was a piece of clothing that you pick up from a general store. But that is an oversimplification just for the ease of understanding. And none of these figures are very sacrosanct, but they are more an aid to understanding. So smaller vehicles naturally carry lesser quantum of stored energy, and therefore their endurance is of the order of maybe 24 hours or even less. As we go up in size, the endurance increases to maybe a couple of weeks, and even the largest unmanned vehicles that operate underwater today have an endurance of about 1 month to at the most 2.5 months. Mind you, this endurance is while moving through the water at a very low speed of just about 4 knots or 5 knots. That is something like 10 kilometers an hour. The useful equipment that any AUV or ROV carries is referred to as the payload, which can vary from less than 10 kgs for a small AUV to about 10 tons for an extra large AUV. This payload would consist of sensors, instruments to measure temperature, salinity, chlorophyll content, dissolved oxygen. It could be sonars, it could be communication devices, and so on. Now, in terms of the size and endurance of these underwater vehicles, they can be used for either underwater survey, mine countermeasures, intelligence surveillance reconnaissance, anti-submarine warfare, underwater inspection, or for maritime strike, with the larger AUVs being able to undertake all these roles, and the smallest category of AUVs being able to do only a few of them. There are many other concepts. If you go through the internet, there are plenty of speculative, imaginative, as well as informative videos and information that talk about many different solutions, many different autonomous marine robots that can walk, swim, crawl, as well as fly. Many of these have been demonstrated, and these are some projects that definitely among the students here, you can come up with ideas and find solutions to creatively demonstrate different ways of propulsion, navigation, communication, and definitely the use cases will fit into one or the other existing needs that are felt. Let me now come to the ongoing efforts and the developments that have already taken place in India, which many of you may be aware of, many of you may not be aware of. So in the morning today, we heard representatives and dignitaries from various organizations. The National Institute of Oceanography, which is part of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research of the Government of India, was the first to develop an autonomous underwater vehicle in India, and that was called the Maya. It was about this size, just about a meter, could be launched by one person, had an endurance of about a couple of hours, from 2 hours to 8 hours. This was almost 20 years back, and the fact that very few of us know about it is a sad commentary on the importance that we give to the oceans and the lack of awareness, especially in the underwater domain, of what can be done and what needs to be done. 20 years later, NIO has also developed now, with funding from the Navy, a mini AUV, which I'll talk about later. The National Science and Technological Laboratory of the DRDO developed a flatfish AUV in 2010 and is now in the process of doing the trials of something called a high endurance AUV. The National Institute of Ocean Technology, whose director graced the dais in the morning, started work on ROVs and AUVs again more than 15 years back. They have developed a work-class ROV which has been deployed in the polar regions and also specifically developed other ROVs. And today their flagship project is the Deep Ocean Mission Manned Submersible Project, the Matsya 6000, which is being developed just a few kilometers from this place. The Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, located at Durgapur in West Bengal, is another CSIR lab, and they developed an AUV in 2011 with funding by the Department of Ocean Development, which later became the Ministry of Earth Sciences. And this was demonstrated in 2011, and a deeper version was demonstrated in 2017. The reason why I'm talking about all these dates is because these are all part of a trajectory that all of us who are involved with the oceans need to be aware of, because the underwater domain is something that is challenging, exciting, and has got a lot of opportunities for the future. So here we see the path of the first AUVs and ROVs developed by government funding, moving on to the DRDO's, that is the Defense R&D Organization's efforts. And over the last 5 years, there has been a tremendous amount of funding that is being given by government and by various private companies for developing unmanned systems, both surface and underwater. These are some of the products that I mentioned. Their photographs are shown here. AUV Maya at Goa, AUV 150 being tested off Chennai, the flatfish AUV of the NSCL, various ROVs developed by NIOT Chennai, the AUVs Amog Adamya developed by Larsen & Toubro Limited, ROVs developed by startups. This one is a startup called iROV based at Chennai, based at Kochi. AUV Nirakshi developed by another startup based out of Salem called, they've recently changed their name, but earlier they were part of Aerospace Engineers Private Limited. Bharat Electronics, Goa Shipyard, Sagar Defense, Planis Technologies based in Chennai. These are all firms that have started small and gone into very high-tech products. But where have we reached? In terms of national capabilities, the broad areas that are marked as green are ones with which we are sort of comfortable or able to at least design. But the ones shown in yellow and orange are the ones that are really the area need focus and need development, such as development of batteries, motors, mechanical systems, including, say, seals, underwater connectors, inertial navigation systems that are cheap, affordable, and good enough for commercial applications. These are all aspects that, in my view, are the first and primary importance. Aspects like self-health monitoring of a vehicle, guidance, acoustic communication, and navigation. These are aspects where AI and the software that are built into the autonomous mission computer of an AUV have a lot of potential. And that is where AI can play a big role in improving the reliability of such systems. This is another slide summarizing our limitations in India for sensors and components, endurance and testing, autonomous operations, and vehicle design. And it is the compartmented efforts that are being undertaken in different pockets of the country is what I'm trying to address by today's talk of the opportunities and possibilities and efforts that are already being put in by various stakeholders within the country. So these are the stakeholders within the government. You have got the Ministry of Science and Technology, you've got the Ministry of Defense, you've got the Ministry of Earth Sciences and several other ministries. Why I say ministries is because the central government funding continues to remain one major source of funding for any new technology, especially in this field, which is not driven really by commercial interest directly. Because the commercial interests that do exist, for example, in the oil and natural gas sector in the country, they are more easily met just by hiring these solutions from international companies or from solution providers. And such industry requirements are probably more easily met by short-term solutions rather than long-term R&D investments. So particularly for the researchers and students who are looking for avenues for funding for research projects, these are 3 examples of ongoing missions or projects for which very significant amounts of funding have been allocated by the government and can be applied for. The chief guest today was or is heading the Deep Ocean Mission, or rather one level above the mission director, and he is in charge of this Deep Ocean Mission, which is a national project under which the National Institute of Ocean Technology's Matsya 6000 project is also progressing. The National Mission for Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems is another avenue that has set up about 24 technology innovation hubs in various institutions across the country, and they encourage startups to take up problems that are of interest and utility to industry. In addition to these, every few weeks there is a new national mission being announced with new outlay of funds. There is a national drone mission which has been announced just a couple of weeks back, which although is focused on aerial drones, I see no reason why underwater or marine drones do not fit into that definition. These are some examples of projects that we in the submarine design group of the Indian Navy have completed over the last couple of years. So far we were dealing mainly with large manned submarines, and now we are trying to get a handle on unmanned solutions. And these are examples of technologies developed, some not very far from here, with the institutions and agencies for various building blocks of AUVs. Some of these technology development projects we have suggested to certain funding agencies, and we are actively involved in their realization. So the top picture that you see on the right is an autonomous surface vessel that dispenses fish feed, which is used for aquaculture. And this firm based in Pune has gone about doing survey, interacting with the farmers and the cultivators who are actually having a need. Understanding that need, they've actually made a product which dispenses feed. This is a routine activity which has to be done maybe 4 times a day, every day, whatever be the weather. And by automating this process and making it something that can be used to monitor the condition as well as dispense the feed, it provides a real-time feedback to the farmer whether his shrimp farm or krill farm is actually healthy or not. This is an AUV which we have developed with NIO Goa. This is called Jaya, and we've undertaken the trials. And this we intend to use as a test bed for various sensors that are developed, various software, various solutions that can be sort of replaced, pulled in, pulled out, and evaluated. I talked about the various categories of AUV and said that they can vary from small to extra large. So the extra large category is is a range which is mainly of defense applications, and that is where we have done a design for an extra large AUV, which we are getting made now, funded by the Ministry of Defense with technology partners across the country. So with this, I come to the final and perhaps most important section of the opportunities that are ahead for students, startups, entrepreneurs, and researchers. Who can be your potential clients if you get into this field of underwater autonomous systems, scientific, industrial, and security? And the blocks that we have already talked about, they are all potential customers. And they are customers who may not even know how much they need what is yet to be developed. And that is where the awareness of the various commercial segments is important, because there is a need not only to develop vehicles, but also to develop components, also to develop services. And there is a huge potential for exports. There has been a lot of democratization that has happened in the undersea domain because of availability of cheap electronics, powerful processors, and state-of-the-art software. Combination of these, along with compact energy solutions, have today resulted in a situation where in universities you can make AUVs that can perform, if not same, then not too inferior to very costly products that are available only from very established firms abroad. What distinguishes these sort of amateur efforts from professional products is the level of testing and reliability. And that brings me to the technology focus areas that should be addressed by people working in academics and then going out to the industry and trying to identify segments as to what to do or what things would be useful and what would be profitable, because definitely all this is very, very interesting. So these are various aspects, right from data processing to standards for design, developing new materials, new solutions for underwater communication, launch and recovery, the automation and intelligent development of show control stations, interacting with satellites, processing information from multiple sensors, multiple nodes, and coming to a meaningful conclusion. These are all areas of interest, and these are some specific technology ideas like developing high energy storage solutions, underwater recharging. Could it be possible to have a battery bank underwater to which an AUV can come and dock and get recharged and thereafter disengage? Can it be done in seawater? Can it be done without manual intervention? This is a technological challenge. Multi-domain capabilities. Can the same vehicle fly in the air, dive into water, and then after measuring something, fly back to where it was launched from? Renewable energy sources for recharging. We talked about the quantum of, or the huge amount of energy that is latent in the ocean. Why can't some of that be directly used to power sensors, if, whether or not they are moving, but to be able to draw electricity from, say, the ocean thermal gradient variation or the salinity or the pressure for that matter. Underwater communication networks are a very niche area of defense application, which in my opinion needs to be leveraged for its dual use role as well. Cooperative multi-node operations. Only if you have got hundreds and thousands of drones in the water can you build up a meaningful picture. We heard in the morning about the excess of data that is available and that needs to be processed. I would say there is a starvation of data. The data that we do have is limited to few pockets. It is not, I would say, widespread enough to be able to develop ocean models, it is definitely not enough for forecasting the impact of our activities on the ocean. And lastly, AI and ML, which can be used for a number of things and which I'm sure over the next 3 days will be talked about enough. The last few slides I have are about the components that are needed, that the hardware, the things that actually do things, which are definitely in demand within the country and have got an even larger potential in the world market. Few basic suggestions. Be aware of the opportunities, and this is all for the younger audience here. The innovations will lead to applications and only they will lead to products. It is not going to happen overnight. So the facilities and the solutions that you come up with need to be publicized, need to be flexible, need to be fast, and their quality and reliability is something that would distinguish a one-time prototype from a marketable product. So build prototypes quickly, demonstrate them. There is a saying, fail fast so that you can succeed in the long term, coming up with better solutions. Do repeated trials, build up a body of experience. It's not a one-time thing of going to sea and having ticked a box. It's an ongoing process which requires time. Progressively, we can look at indigenizing components. System by system, we can advance technology. Everything has got limitations, and these limitations offer us opportunities and become the focus areas for tomorrow. Only if you suggest new possibilities and new modes of utilization can new products get developed. And no product can be isolated, it has to be part of a solution. And for that solution to be understood by you, you need to understand what is it that we are interested in, and that is what I covered in the first half of my talk today. We need to seek and encourage technology transfer from R&D labs to the industry, and young startups are the best recipients for such technologies. Competitive pricing is important, and definitely high order volumes are what an entrepreneur should be aiming for, not a one-off product that thereafter is not followed up. So these are the expectations from the industry. The components of any product that you make must be stamped with your core competence. It cannot be just a business of integration. Sensors have to be indigenously developed. Industry needs to be able to rapidly prototype and deliver. Operations need to be reliable, and support needs to be throughout the life. And that is where the difference lies between a startup and an established enterprise. And whether you choose that path or not, the first step is to innovate and try out things. The IDEX platform, Innovations for Defense Excellence, sponsored by the Ministry of Defense, is a great opportunity for you to look at problems projected by the user, which you can take up, which can be funded by the IDEX. It is a semi-government or sort of not-for-profit company which is run in a manner that is faster and quicker than the traditional defense procurements. And what we need for meeting this overall vision of a future where marine autonomous solutions are commonplace is a whole ecosystem consisting of shipyards, academia, industry, and innovation and incubation centers, all of which need to come together and collaborate. And collaboration is the most important because, as I said, we are all working in pockets of excellence with a lot of potential to be able to interact more with each other and benefit from this interaction. My personal wish list would be to have coordination in the R&D being carried out by various agencies in the country, a continual database which is drawn from sea trials and that is open source, accessible. Shore facilities which are shared, which need not be restricted to, say, a particular shipyard or a particular organization, and a designated sea area for freely undertaking measurements. With that, I have finished, and I would earnestly recommend you to 3 books by 3 ladies, which would give you a beautiful representation or glimpse into the importance of the oceans and what technology is doing today. So one is The Blue Planet by Helen Shersky. The second is The Deepest Map by Laura Trethewey. And the third is not directly related to the oceans, but another strongly recommended book, Thinking in Systems by Daniela Meadows. They have expanded my sort of way of looking at things, and I hope they affect you in the same way. Thank you very much.
We now request Dr. T.V. Gopal, Professor, Mechanical Department of SRM IST, to facilitate the memento to Commodore Amit Ray.
Now we request Dr. Amita, SRM IST, to introduce Mr. Hans van Sumeren.
Good morning to everyone. On behalf of the Department of EEE, SRM IST Science and Technology, we have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Hans van Sumeren, whose remarkable contributions to marine technology and education speak volumes. It's an honor to introduce Mr. Hans van Sumeren, the Senior Director of Ocean Enterprise Initiative at Marine Technology Society and former Director and Chair of the Great Lake Water Studies Institute at Northwestern Michigan College. Mr. Van Sumeren has been instrumental in advancing academic programs in marine technology, water quality, freshwater studies, and in developing micro-credentials in ROV and sonar applications, efforts that are shaping the next generation of marine professionals. Earlier in his career, he contributed to groundbreaking work at University of Michigan's Ocean Engineering and Marine Hydrodynamics Laboratory. He holds both a BSc and MSc in Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering from the University of Michigan. In addition to his academic and professional achievements, he serves as the chair of Marine Technology Society's Great Lakes section and is the former trustee of the Hydrographic Society of America. We welcome you, sir. We are glad to have you.
All right, how's that sound? Everyone hear me okay? Good. So, again, Hans Van Summeren, I'm with Marine Technology Society, but today I really want to talk about the overall picture of the Ocean Enterprise and the Ocean Enterprise Initiative at MTS, and really how that impacts the ability to mature a workforce and to look at the growth of the technology market in the ocean space. And first, backing up to the comments I was able to talk about this morning in terms of just some brief updates with MTS, I want to show the team that now represents MTS, which, as I stated earlier, we were 3 people just 3 years ago, and now we're 15 and soon to be 19, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But what you're seeing are programming areas that directly impact the opportunity for us to engage across multiple audiences. From our MATE ROV competition and really building the next generation workforce, to our Ocean Enterprise Initiative, looking at the business models and the accelerator opportunities that Commodore Ray had just spoken about in terms of opportunity, moving those forward to advanced technology and the collection of data, to our micro-credential program, which is led by Liesl Hoteling, who has developed an approach to really looking at education from a different perspective in terms of condensing competencies into ways that a student can gather the right information to augment their already powerful degree. Also, we have coming on board, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but Ocean Exchange, which is an accelerator in the ocean space. They will be joining MTS as a program under our umbrella. So exciting times, and the growth is really phenomenal. I don't have the updated 2022 slide, but our member count, as I said this morning, is up 57% in the last 3 years. We've grown our staff, we've grown our sections, we've received numerous grants that are first for the MTS approach towards funding and revenue sustainability. We've diversified our portfolio across multiple programs, and we're engaging more people across multiple events. So very exciting time at MTS, and certainly as we look forward to introducing Ocean Exchange, we're seeing some incredible opportunities in the ocean space. The ability of MTS and Ocean Exchange to join will really drive opportunities and innovation in the ocean space and support healthy oceans, which all will strengthen the blue economy. And the blue economy is certainly going to be discussed here today at length. This combination will drive geographic expansion and leverage extensive industry networks to support the startup ecosystem. And that's really key because you need the industry networks to really build up those startup ecosystems. These will create new business opportunities, connect emerging technology leaders with experienced professionals, and accelerate the commercialization of cutting-edge ocean solutions. And I think you heard that from the leadership of the university here this morning, as well as the secretary and the lab director, about the opportunities for new technologies to be developed. And for you, I'm speaking to the students in the room, to take advantage of that, create some ideas. When you think about this from an opportunity globally, MTS and our community will see an opportunity to engage deeper into the Ocean Exchange's well-established process for identifying, vetting, and assisting innovative startups, which is key in terms of growing a startup from being just an opportunity to being a business opportunity. And there's a lot of work that goes into that. Ocean Exchange, on the other side, will tap into our international community at MTS with global reach and long-standing industry influence and structured outreach and engagement programs. So it's a marriage, so to speak, that is absolutely perfectly made for what we want to do moving forward. And all of this will amplify the MTS footprint in the ocean economy. So moving into my realm, and that is the Ocean Enterprise and the Ocean Enterprise Initiative, I'd like to dive in a little deeper into the Ocean Enterprise and the efforts at MTS. And many of you might ask, what is the Ocean Enterprise? And to answer, I think we start with the level of the ocean economy. As the OECD defines it, it's inclusive of all traditional maritime industries like fishing, shipping, and oil and gas, but also including many emerging industries like offshore renewables, which were discussed earlier, aquaculture, seabed mining, which is discussed, maritime monitoring and surveillance, and marine biotechnology. And these are These are just a few of the areas that encompass these emerging areas. But the ocean enterprise, when you look at that broader ocean economy, is a nested component within the ocean economy. And it's in the realm of maritime monitoring, particularly focused on the field of ocean observing, forecasting, and services. And this really spans public, private, and academic sectors. And members of the ocean enterprise community are engaged with providing observation infrastructure, measurement, forecasting, and operational services, all to inform marine decision making. The Ocean Enterprise Initiative was developed from a successful conversation that MTS and GOOS and NOAA and industry partners Kongsberg Discovery and L3 Harris put together, and this was in 2022-2023, where we convened an audience over the course of 4 different dialogues of 600 people attending this event virtually, of 85 approximately professionals as panelists who led and dove into the conversation that was facilitated across the ocean information value chain and through a series of guided questions. That work led to the publication of the Dialogues with Industry roadmap. And that roadmap was what led our opportunity with NOAA to provide us with the grant dollars to start the Ocean Enterprise Initiative for fulfilling the goals that were identified in the roadmap. So when we think about our vision and our mission, I would say that from a mission standpoint, the Ocean Enterprise Initiative is very simple, and that is to grow the ocean observing system through better public-private partnerships, by creating a globally inclusive forum to understand market opportunities, by incentivizing ocean solution innovation, facilitating data and information exchange, developing a competent blue workforce, and proliferate scalable technology to achieve benefits for all stakeholders in the ocean enterprise. And we're doing that with support. As I mentioned, this was a team effort, and multiple members of the international community in this space helped not only develop it, but continue to guide it. And you can see the MTS staff here, myself and Casey Hoffman, but also a few faces that some in the room will recognize, and that is our past president at MTS, Zdenka Willis, and our past president, Donna Kozak with L3 Harris, are both key members of this organization, as is Emma Hesloff from GOOS, Pierre Fisik from Kongsberg Discovery, and Patrick Goringe from GOOS as well. And then on our NOAA team that gives us oversight on this work, Zach Bays and Jess Snowden are critical in the conversations that we have moving forward. Augmenting that team is an external advisory team, which is comprised of people who are throughout the ocean space, from multiple countries, from multiple perspectives. They bring to us a stability in some of the work that we're doing so that we don't miss perhaps a regional conversation, perhaps a geographic area that might look at a problem and or a solution differently. And I think that core balance is what helps guide us for productivity as we move forward. So now I want to move into the ocean information value chain. And I have this graphic up here, and if you haven't seen it, I'll kind of walk through what we're looking at. But this really illustrates how ocean observing is converted through a wide range of interactions, transformations, and service delivery mechanisms to products that have value to decision makers and business leaders, and thus an impact to all of us in society. So if we take the value chain approach and we look at it, we can illustrate the importance of ocean information and related services. And if you go down and you look at the oval shaped, you can see the market segments from the beginning of ocean technology or observing technology. We need products that can go out and collect information. From those technologies come the observations, the actual collection of information. From that becomes the data synthesis. How do we make sense of that data that's collected? How do we standardize it for use and comparison to other data sets? And then lastly, that information delivery. That entire value chain is important to look at because each impacts the other. In a fully mature ocean enterprise, we would see each of those feeding back into each other, thus creating a unified value chain. Right now, that value chain is fragmented, and I think some of the conversations that were brought up earlier today reflect on that. There is an issue with aggregation of demand. There is no investor who wants to invest into a product that doesn't have any real tangible value because the startup doesn't understand the demand of the product. These are things that we want to not only enhance but accelerate that understanding so that these become opportunities. If we look at the business potential across each of these areas, you can see that each of these areas in the ocean value chain has business potential for growth, and all can be exploited and create commercially available opportunities. And then from an industry activity and market growth, the circles at the bottom of the screen represent the relative size of the market sector. And then the arrow represents the opportunity for growth. So if the arrow is pointing up, we see that as a extremely advantageous area for exploitation and acceleration. And if you look at that, it's the information delivery. That information delivery, how are we using information to better inform decision making across multiple markets? And it fits really well with why we're here today, because AI represents an area that will advance our ability to synthesize information for developing better products. And there are some real challenges, and I'll talk about those more in a little bit, but just to reemphasize, there is a need for data to make ocean AI work, and there isn't enough right now. So the dialogues with industry, just a graphic here to get perspective on how these dialogues are crafted and why they work in terms of finding actionable pathways for opportunities. And if we see in dialogue 1, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got distribution of participants across 18 countries. We have distribution of participants across industry, government, academia, not-for-profit, and intergovernmental. So we're getting the voice of multiple perspectives. In that first series, over a 4 different meeting dialogue, so 1 meeting every 2 or 3 weeks, each of these teams convened and discussed a particular set of questions built around a use case. And getting that perspective of everyone on board allowed that conversation to build actionable pathways, actionable items. And to point out that Dialogue 2, which we just completed, and this focused on harmful algal blooms, had a similar demographic. We had 21 countries represented, and we had a distribution of people across those various sectors, similar to Dialogue 1. I won't be going into great detail about the action pathways that were found in the HABS dialogue because it just completed and was publicized just recently. But I will provide a QR code at the end of the talk which will help you understand and see the opportunities. So when you think of foundational drivers and you think about a mature ocean enterprise, I'll keep going. You think about that from strengthening market recognition, and that would be by positioning the ocean enterprise as an independent, essential market which contributes significantly to the global GDP. It also means attracting investment by defining and showcasing the market's potential to drive private sector investment in ocean observing technologies. And I think, again, Commodore Ray presented a slide that showed the advancement of technology in the defense sector here, and you saw public or private investment occurring in that cycle, in energizing that community. And then lastly, by promoting cross-sector collaboration by uniting industry, government, nonprofit, and academic sectors to address societal challenges through actionable ocean data. So the roadmap and the dialogues with industry, the roadmap structure, this bubble diagram highlights what that team of 500 people from the various countries across the 4 conversations really came out. And you see that we looked and we basically went through those conversations and we were able to pull 26 high priority action pathways that resonated with the majority of the conversations that were all built around addressing 10 different challenges that focused on 3 priority areas. And those priority areas, as we talked about, improving the marketplace, collaboration to grow and impact change, and then why the students are here today and technology is being developed, that is shaping the future. We need both. And so looking at the outer spokes of this bubble diagram, you can read through those and just see some of the opportunities, but market and impact studies, blue economy literature repositories, public funding, funding streams, looking at skills needs and how do people understand careers that are available. If we look at all of these challenges or these action pathways around these challenges, we can see that there's a commonality with a lot of the discussion that we're having here today, and that is we need to do more for developing technology so people can understand what needs to be created, why it needs to be created, and at what scale. So a mature ocean enterprise and the benefits are clear, and I think this resonates with the conversations that we've heard today, and I'll re-emphasize here. But blue workforce, and that's everybody, from engineers and scientists to the technicians. Increased manufacturing, supporting the development of those technologies, and really that transition from startup technology to mature and viable business technology that is going to be scalable and available to the community. This all takes increased private investment and new business development. We can no longer rely solely on public or government funding. We need to energize the investment community. We need to de-risk the thought of investing in these companies by providing better information about the demand and the requirements for the products that these tools develop. Dual use is something that you're hearing more of, and that is the ability for a sensor package to do multiple activities for multiple different sectors. And so commercial and defense applications in this realm are very, very important to build upon. And then lastly, that we see ocean observing innovation and its benefits to all market segments, and businesses can exploit them, and exploit them from a commercial perspective, meaning develop revenue streams that are sustainable. I think the battery's running low. Let's see. I think it gave me a warning sign, battery's running low. I don't know if that's the computer.
This battery is there. I think this battery is there.
All right. So I'm not able to advance. There we go. Okay, just do it down on the.
You can try this.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. So from our program plan and what we're doing, the Ocean Enterprise Initiative is looking at growing a vibrant business cluster, sustaining a robust ocean observing system, supporting the NOAA Ocean Enterprise Accelerator Program, which I'll discuss in a little bit, improving market visibility and aggregation of demand, and then supporting the recruitment and training of the next generation of workforce for the blue economy. So these are all high priority areas that we are not only working to advance, but also to promote new ways of engagement. So building on this, that's fine.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah. So building on this, our next dialogue series will look at sensors and sensing technologies and the future challenges and opportunities in the development of these tools. It was brought up earlier that cost-efficient sensors is a priority, that scalable sensor development is a priority. And these are all parts of the conversations that we want to have as this upcoming dialogues. We're at a pivotal time for new approaches in sensing technologies that can work closely with traditional platforms, augmenting gaps and providing better spatial and temporal resolution of the dynamic ocean space. And while the ocean covers more than 70% of the globe, this area as whole is represented with a woefully inadequate amount of data for sustaining, repairing, and promoting ocean health and sustainability. As we heard earlier, it's not that we're flush with data in the ocean, that there's a starvation of data in the ocean, and that is limiting our potential in AI. So as we look at what the challenges are and reflecting forward on what this upcoming dialogue can become, and these are opportunities for everyone in the audience to participate in this. We're going to think back to our previous conversations and then really connect it to the broader need for a stronger ocean AI. As SOFAR CEO Tim Jansen, when he provided testimony to the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on the Environment just a few weeks ago, he said the challenge of ocean AI is not the AI at all, it's the data. And you're going to hear that, I think, throughout the day, today and the next few days, repeatedly. Referring back to the value chain, technology development, data collection, and new data collection models, coupled with better data access and synthesis, will fuel and further feed AI at levels appropriate for scaling efforts across the entire ocean. Incentivizing early stage innovation, building new or stronger public-private partnerships, leveraging economies of scale, all while providing multiple different value streams are tools that can be exploited and explored. So when we look at what this development of this dialogues looks like, and again, this is an opportunity, and you'll have some a way to connect to this at the end of the talk here, but it's a developed series where we'll start in the next couple of months for something that we'll launch in later this year, and that is to really develop a global planning team that can help us find not only partner programs, but key individuals to be part of the conversation. This team can also help with the development of a background paper. The background paper frames the discussion around where things are and where things perhaps can be headed, and then also developing a series of questions which are designed to pull additional information out of those conversations as we move through. Also, we would identify a pool of panelists, people that would be reflective of the conversation from a particular business aspect, development, startup aspect, academic, government, any sector that has a direct role with a geographic distribution. So as we move closer, these products get developed, and then we have about 2 weeks prior to these dialogues being developed, people get the information. People get to understand what the case studies that are developed around the questions that need to be answered can be delivered to them, so they are prepared for the conversation. Partner programs and sharing of the market material so we get a broad audience engagement. And then during the dialogues, we have panelists who spend about 2 hours answering questions from a facilitated discussion. And then in the last hour, it's open to the observers who can then chat with the entire team and these questions get asked. All of this gets distilled into reports and synthesis that allow all people access to these products, and you'll see those on our website. So talking about shaping the future, and we think of the role of workforce and building that ocean workforce, and I pulled a couple of graphics. Bill Gates, within 10 years, AI will replace humans as doctors and teachers, perhaps, and maybe in some areas. But I also put a quote that Margaret Leinen, the director of Scripps, had said during some congressional testimony that she gave, and that AI will transform many areas of ocean science, but we still need to invest in training future scientists, future engineers, and future ocean technicians. That part will not go away, and all the products that were put on the screen earlier, none of that works flawlessly. All those products require maintenance. All those products will eventually fail and require repair. Those are done by people. Those products are things that are not mature enough to operate completely on their own yet and require people to not only introduce them into the environment, but to retrieve them, to pull the data, to make sense of the data. So lots of opportunities. And on the lower graphic, I think as you may be pursuing an advanced degree and you think of yourself with hopes and dreams and aspirations, and your faculty mentor might just look at you as a brain on a stick, you need to back up a little bit and think that you do have aspiration and you will have opportunity to build that into the ocean space, because that compassion will lead you down pathways towards solutions that you might not otherwise have had the opportunity to do so. So workforce in the next 5 years. We've been using 2030 in a lot of different opportunities, but what does it look like? And I pulled this from a WEF study that was just completed recently. And this was all about the future of jobs and what the core and emerging skills were. And I I pulled out some of the key things that were identified here, and I think it makes sense that AI and big data are some of the key core skills that will be needed by the workforce across all levels by 2030. But what I wanted to also point out was the technological literacy and creative thinking. We don't often put those in the same conversation when we talk about developing a workforce. Creative thinking and solution-driven thinking requires an approach that sometimes is very different than when you first walked into the room or when you first thought of an idea. And I think it's that encouragement of trying to better understand where the opportunity is needed and what the outcome would look like. And a creative thinker, coupled with technological abilities and an ability to understand the value of AI, can be very productive in this space. And the emerging skills, and I believe that this would probably move into the core skills here very soon, but environmental stewardship, when we think about that from the blue, the ocean space, that the stewardship of the ocean will only provide us with opportunities in terms of feeding our communities, providing us energies, growing our opportunity to both access for tourism and other applications, to shipping, to all the things that the ocean economy really represents. So coupling that with your training in those core skill areas can really advance your opportunities. And a lot of my career looked at academic programming and how to develop programming to engage people in workforce development. And the programs that we developed at the last university that I worked at, we had 100% employment of every graduate in the marine space. And we did that because we focused on competencies and training aspects that were employer relevant. We augmented that with classic and traditional education, but we really built it around competencies. And so when you think about it, what does that really look like? And I heard that everything that's going on here at SRM and the other institutions, you're already doing it, and you're doing it very well. But you look at time-based. We go to school for 4 years, we get a degree and a name, and we go get a job in that area, as opposed to competency-based. And I heard this morning a lot, and I really liked it, entrepreneurial focused. Take advantage of risk. Take advantage of something that may be ambiguous to understand and provide a potential solution towards it. Look at knowledge transfer and add in knowledge synthesis and knowledge application. Going from a public good of education to a private good or a public-private partnership, allowing industry to feed into the education pathways with the development of tools, with the development of startup ecosystems. And then lastly, getting to shorter development cycles. We spend too much time training individuals with some of the greatest skills that are most employable when they come out of school. And so adding in short development cycles, micro-credentials, competency-based trainings will only advance your opportunities. So I'm going to end pretty soon here, but I want to put up some pictures of the work that we've done with MTS in our summer workshops. And you can see that these are students participating in ROV and sonar and glider workshops where they are hands-on on the boat, building the systems, deploying the systems, operating the systems, collecting data, processing data, and then looking at, does the data make sense? And putting that into perspective, none of these students in 5 days are going to be expert hydrographers, but someone who's in a marine science program, an ocean engineering program, who may be developing acoustic sonars for the betterment of bathymetry and mapping, now has had the chance to see what that sonar does, how it's calibrated, how it's deployed, what are some of the pitfalls with its operation. That will only make you a better developer, or it may lead you into being an operator. And there's all kinds of opportunities that we see with that. So from the accelerator standpoint, just to highlight what MTS is doing with our Ocean Enterprise Accelerator program, all part of our Ocean Enterprise Initiative efforts. This diagram represents the conversations that we started with these startup groups, these accelerator groups, and how it really evolved into a partnership with MTS and NOAA, which resulted in just last December with 4 accelerators across the United States receiving each about $13 million US dollars. And of those $13 million, 60% of those dollars are non-diluted, meaning they go directly to the startup companies to use for the development. There is no ownership or stake in the product that they develop. And the other 40% go towards advancing the skills to be a good startup opportunity in terms of administration, business growth, development cycles, and so on. So when you think about what that means for the ocean space, and these accelerators are occurring throughout the globe, we've got from this group alone maybe 100 new startups coming into the sectors each year. And so by the end of this award, that means 400 potential opportunities for the development of new technology. And that's just in the United States. There's opportunities throughout the world doing similar things. So, planned activities as we move forward. One of the key components is going to be the development of the Ocean Enterprise Interchange, and that's an AI-driven portal that really will look at market landscapes, allowing the business community, the tech community, and the intermediaries between the two to access information that helps drive an understanding of what the market is and where the market might be going. We will continue. We had to cancel an MTS tech surge on deep sea minerals. We'll be doing that. It's just going to take some time to bring it back into an opportunity, but that will be developed and be deployed here soon, and I think a very pivotal time for deep sea mining in the global space. Ocean workforce and micro-credentials, we're going to keep delivering those programmings. We're going to continue our dialogues with industry, as I've talked about. I'm on the LOC, the local organizing team for the Oceans Conference this fall in Chicago. Chicago represents an ideal space where we will have the ability to connect on-water demonstrations with industry partners, and we'll also be heavily focusing startup businesses and accelerators at this event. So very exciting. And then certainly our goal to advance and develop global partnerships as part of the global ocean enterprise. We want to and we need to do more. So exciting times across our 3 priority areas, multiple activities that are focused under each of these areas that we will continue to develop, continue to build, and continue to collaborate with you and many others in the development of these areas. And so I'll close with accelerating opportunity in the ocean. If we look at the impact value of the ocean economy and its growth, we see a companion growth in the ocean enterprise growth. And that is because the need for ocean technology for observation, the collection of data, the synthesis of data are all critical for making good decisions and moving forward with ocean solutions. So thank you, and please use this QR code to get access to our reports, how to sign up for our programming, as well as how to find more information about what I presented today. So thank you.
We request Dr. R. Venkatesan to facilitate the memento to Mr. Hans van Sumeren.
This is not now, only this.
After she has spoken, I say this.
No, 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 no.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Check.
We request Dr. Paramita Chakraborty, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to felicitate the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you for this very, very important and should be very interesting panel discussion. I first request Commodore Amit Ray, who is a distinguished officer in the Indian Navy, known for his leadership and strategic acumen in maritime operations. He has contributed significantly to strengthening India's naval capabilities and defense initiatives. Mr. Ray. Then Mr. Hans van Sumeren, who is the Senior Director of the Ocean Enterprise Initiative at the Marine Technology Society, leading efforts to advance marine innovation and workforce development. He previously directed the Great Lake Water Studies Institute at Northwestern Michigan College, where he pioneered educational programs in marine technology and freshwater studies. I welcome you, Mr. Hans. Mr. Rick Cole, who is also the founder and president of RDC International Incorporation, a Florida-based oceanographic consulting firm established in 2002. With over 3 decades of experience in ocean observing systems and air-sea interaction studies, he has contributed to major international programs and is a long-standing member of the Marine Technology Society. I welcome you, Mr. Rick. Please come on the stage. I think you all can take your seats. Now I welcome Dr. Joanna Staneva, who is the senior scientist and head of the Hydrodynamics and Data Assimilation Department at Helmholtz Zentrum Herion in Germany. She specializes in ocean modeling, climate dynamics, and digital twins of the ocean, contributing to international projects like FOCUS and EDITO. I welcome you, Dr. Joanna. Now I welcome Mr. Guru Prasad Jayadevan, Director of Indumar Coastal Hydraulics Private Limited, overseeing strategic operations and business growth. A seasoned professional with expertise in coastal engineering and infrastructure development. I welcome you, Mr. Guru Prasad. Now I welcome Mr. Dinesh Babu, who is the Director of Samhita Marine Private Limited, a Chennai-based company specializing in marine and oceanographic business support services. With extensive experience in science and technology sectors, he also serves as director at KUM India Private Limited, focusing on deep sea technologies. I welcome you, Mr. Dinesh Babu. Now I welcome Mr. Siddhant Bajpayee, who is the founder and CEO of Andromeda Maritime Solutions, a Gurugram-based startup pioneering AI-driven water robotics and smart purification systems. His company focuses on developing technologies that enhance water quality through advanced robotics and data analytics. I welcome you, Mr. Siddhant. And I would request, I would hand over to Mr. Amit Ray to moderate the session. Yeah, welcome you all once again. Have a great session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here, and thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Venkatesan. So there is a script And there are some very thoughtful questions that have been compiled by the organizing team. So I'll start with that. Thank you for that excellent talk, Mr. Hans. So the question or discussion point for you is that you have already explained how the Marine Technology Society is supporting the growth of startups in the underwater technology space. And you have talked about your initiatives to connect startups with industry, academia, government stakeholders. So would you like to elaborate about how you see startups being able to fill the space that was earlier being taken by large corporations? And do you think they have a long way to go in bridging that gap, or could a large number of startups make up for what a few large corporations used to do in the past?
No, thank you. I'll start with the role of the startup and the opportunity that the startup community brings certainly can fill part of the gap. And it's really the development of some of these new technologies which do represent scalable ability to not only solve or provide solutions to some of these problems, but also promote additional startup and accelerator opportunity around these spaces. And I see that there's an opportunity for them to not only grow and fill some of the gap, but also bridge and partner with some of the traditional platforms so that areas that are widely and easily covered by traditional and large organizations can partner with some of these other tools that can then fill in the gaps of some of these particular areas, provide ground truthing or checking of these larger systems. And I think there's opportunity for both, and I see that as how things will start. I don't think that one will take over for the other, and I also see that many of these startups will find their opportunity to be most prosperous by partnering with the larger private sector industries.
Right, thank you. Next to Dr. Joanna. Again, continuing with the same theme, because since our panel discussion today is on the emerging role of startups in underwater technology. So do you see that the complementary role of startups that Mr. Hans just mentioned, do you see it being able to accelerate innovation, which traditionally requires a large amount of funding? So in the absence of, say, corporate research and development funding, can a startup that is dependent on government grants really contribute to innovation in this segment that gets adopted as technology?
Yeah, thank you for the question, which really complement nicely what you have said, that the startups can contribute highly to the technology. But what is very important is that a combination between the startups together with the scientists, together with stakeholders and the industry, they can really enhance our knowledge, and they can really enhance the accessible ocean. We have one ocean. We have data, we produce data from models, observational data, but we still lack knowledge of our ocean. We still lack reliable information and predictability. And this data, they have to be accessible and easy accessible to everyone. And this is where startup can contribute, and here is where innovative fundings are also needed in order to complement to scientific development, to complement to the stakeholders, and develop new technology. This technology then can be, as has been shown by you or by you in the morning development of the different equipments, but we can even go beyond this equipment. So we still need to develop software, we need to develop tools for visualization. Equipment observation, they produce data, but this data needs to be harmonized And the startup technology is where we, through the innovative elements, can be harmonized. We need this data to serve the society, to serve to not only scientists, but decision makers, stakeholders, the industry. Therefore, they have to be very quickly accessible through AI. Here is where AI technology can help. And here is where really the innovative startups with additional funds could contribute to our knowledge. And you know, we are now living in the ocean decade, and we have one ocean for everyone. So let's protect our ocean.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very nice message. Coming to Mr. Richard or Rick, you have had 3 decades of experience in this industry, and you've seen, and I sort of overheard you mentioning how the nature of the government support for programs related to the ocean have changed in the US itself over the last few decades. So, as an observer, how would you consider or what is your outlook on the opportunities that exist in the Indian industry, having seen the ups and downs in, from a global perspective? What are your views on the Indian prospects of startups and marine entrepreneurs?
Yes, that's a very good question. And I think the proper answer is it's an excellent moment in time for startups at this particular time, especially in the ocean industry. If you're paying attention to world events, everything that Hans just talked about is under attack by our new administration. So we need startups to continue. There's a lot of mystery to where normal funding of programs is going. We really don't know what's about to happen. We're going to find out soon. So, and actually, I'm involved in a startup of my own. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, Seaward Technologies. And we're very fortunate to have MTS and the Ocean Initiative backing these new startups and pushing them forward. So again, I think it's an excellent time for startups to begin. And you're right, I've seen so much change in the ocean industry over the past few decades. It's an amazing time. That we use the term the blue economy. Yes, the blue economy it's there to grab, but we need groups to go out and do the work. We still, yes, there is a starvation of data. We'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow with hurricanes. So we need more data, especially along our coastlines. But
thank you so much. Coming to this side of the panel, Mr. Dinesh is an established entrepreneur, and he has observed the marine technology industry in India quite closely because he's been a part of it as well. So his firm, I would say, represents more of an established enterprise rather than a startup. So from your perspective, Mr. Dinesh, how do you see the emerging scenario where there is a lot of impetus being given to startups to start, but how do you see them approaching the finish line in terms of delivery?
Thank you, Comrade Ray. Basically, from the perspective of our discussion, and then probably the talks from Hans and probably what comments came from the other panelists. My point from the fact of working in the industry in underwater systems, especially autonomous vehicles, remotely operated vehicles, and deep sea technologies. My experience is that, our experience is that perhaps as a country we are growing, as a startup ecosystem is really coming to the right place, as it's really emerging. But what the gap statement, what we see is that basically startups, we have a lot of hiccups, and probably we need to bridge this gap as ASAP, and probably we don't have that longer time. And in a design ecosystem, you take so long to design, and the design goes to the next stage. And now in autonomous vehicle, we have seen this, like we have been working on sub-meter vehicles. It has gone to high endurance vehicles, and it has gone to extra large autonomous underwater vehicles. every vehicle has its purpose, but the design elements, if you're going to shift our focus, is not going to take us a long way forward. So my point here is startup has a lot of opportunities, but startups do need to pay attention to work in time and gear up and boot up together ASAP. Otherwise, you are going to miss the bus.
Thank you. That was some very useful advice for future entrepreneurs in the room. So, Mr. Guru Prasad here is heading Indoma Coastal Hydraulics. So, can you tell us a bit about your role and your organization, and what is your experience of the opportunities in coastal survey for India? Do they entirely reside in the government sector, or is there something beyond that?
Thank you for having me here. So our company, Inaugural Coastal Hydraulics, was a startup in 1998. So now we are 27 years into the consultancy field. So we were born out of a necessity. So what was predominantly the work that was being done first in 60s and 70s only by international companies was replaced by our own laboratories, R&D laboratories, NIO, NIOT. As the country started growing, research laboratories alone could not meet the needs. So that is where our MD, who was a former scientist, had come out and started this as a private company. So we were basically serving the needs of the industry only. And our growth is pretty much linked to what the industry needs. So we started as a survey company, then we ventured into mathematical modeling, then as a combination of that, we ventured into environmental sciences, and now combine all this together, we also support the industry. So it's a very organic growth. So you can say that our growth is a lesson in startup. We have to find what the industry needs. We have to be quick to adapt it. And as startups, we also need to have clarity on what we need to answer. So we were very clear that we do not have the time, space, and money to probably do a R&D kind of work. So we focused on services. So for that service, we have used help from companies like Samhita. They have the equipment ready. So we are not going to work on R&D of equipment. We use what is available and deliver. So if we have that clarity, we can always set the goals short term, mid term, long term, and that way we can grow. So it's and I take this opportunity to invite all the students. Our MD particularly is very keen to share all the data that we have collected over the past 27 years for the use of AI and machine learning, because we are students when it comes to AI and machine learning. So you are the masters. So please do come interact with us, and let's build something together. Every day we are going to be a new startup because technology is changing that rapidly. So I use this conference, I use your chairmanship to invite students to work with private companies like us also, and to grow for the nation and for the world in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a very generous and a great opportunity being offered to people here, because we heard that data is the biggest challenge in actually implementing AI. So here you have decades of ocean data that is available for you as AI technologists or computer software specialists to be able to harness that and actually utilize it. So coming now to Mr. Siddhant of Andromeda Maritime Solutions. So what has been your experience as a firm in this sector, and what challenges do you see in this market?
Thank you so much for the question, sir. I think it is almost around 5 years that we have been into this industry, and trying to still observe the journey from science to technology to engineering a product which actually serves the need of the market. When we say market, the kind of market in which we are sitting, and when we talk about blue economy, I was reading the draft of the blue economy policy lately, which was made by the Indian committee members. sitting in an economy of around $3.5 trillion approximately, 4% of this GDP is the estimated size of our blue economy, which is around $109 billion. Now, as a startup, this really excites me. But the kind of product development that I want to do with the sectors who are already involved, who together make up this industry, are really evolving still, wherein realization has to happen a little more on the edge. When I talk about aerospace, around 3-4 years back, all the governments of the world came together, and a lot of talk was happening about supporting startups in the outer space technology. And the same has right now started, as one of the committee members told, regarding the startups who want to go deeper into the ocean. So I think this is the right time. And after spending around 5 years, now I see that the market is ripe. And now I see that the support from the stakeholders, which should have been there, is building up. And that is what's building the momentum in us also, in order to make people realize the need of the future products as well. So rather than working on the need which was already felt long back, because people have tried to solve it in conventional ways, I think we should make them understand what our innovation can do for them in the upcoming days. So that has been a part of my journey, and that is how my thought process has developed over time. And yeah, that is what we would try to do in order to support the stakeholders and community to build better solutions.
Okay, some very global and very far-reaching statements there. So coming back to Mr. Hans, so these numbers that are often talked about, so much percentage of GDP, and this is the estimated market value of this segment. Now, you, as part of your initiatives for the MTS, are encouraging entrepreneurship, connecting the needs with the resources in terms of training and so on. Do you think it really, while we are all talking about opportunity in terms of big numbers, but after all, say your main source of funding, if it is coming from the NOAA, then essentially it is the US government. And where do you see that being utilized for promoting such activities in other countries? And how does that work in terms of, the efforts that you are putting in for encouraging entrepreneurship or technology development? I mean, what is the catch for any agency that you derive funding from?
No, and that's a great question in terms of, we're lucky that we have this investment from our government. But what needs to occur is this needs to grow into that private sector community, and that needs to happen very quickly. A lot of work that could support that effort would be built around de-risking that investment, and that's going to involve a better understanding of the overall demand aggregation of the product. And I think from a startup perspective and the need for whatever the product delivers, that type of understanding and use of your technology, you need as a startup to think about what your product can do in addition to what its primary desire was. How do you find that niche that maybe wasn't on the first part of your business plan? How do you grow alternative uses of what you're developing so that the demand for your product grows even more? And I look back to an example of one of our student startups that developed a product out of a class that commercialized and failed. And I guess I'll start with, it was good that failure was part of this, because failure helps you develop your product. But what they ended up doing was not developing the product as intended. It was a right angle to what their product was intended to do with some of the products that were part of the development. Those became the catalyst for innovation and need, and that was where the demand was located. So it's a circular answer to your question, but It's all about understanding the broader demand of your product and then really emphasizing that when you're pulling in private investment so that the risk of that investment is diminished.
Right, thank you. So coming to
Me.
Dr. Joanna, you are part of a global project that is, at its core, it has got data sharing. So how do you do you see any contradiction between the need to share data between countries, between agencies, and what is actually happening? Do you see a contradiction?
Well, I think it used to be contradiction some years ago, but nowadays the community all over the world is trying towards open access and open data. The data that are produced, they have to serve the society. They have to serve the need of the industry through the startups. They have to serve the stakeholders, as you said, and they have to serve the society. This is why sharing the data is very important. This is why in the UN Ocean Decade now, there are many programs who are trying not only to collect and share the data towards the open access of the data, but most importantly to synchronize and harmonize the data, because the data collected, they're not harmonized. And you said that, of course, to start the startup, you are oriented towards the industry needs. Then comes the society, come the stakeholders, and the products, they have to be available to everyone. And they can be quickly available to everyone only if data are shared even within the countries without computing resources, without high technology developments. This is why those data, they have to be shared via clouds, and they have to be easily and quickly accessible. Indeed, from one side, we can say we are having gaps into observational data, but there are many data produced, many satellite data, many observational data, many model data. But those data, they have to be easily accessible to everyone through the cloud system. And this can be done only through the help of the AI. Here is where the AI and visualization through the AI can really help. And here is where the startup could really contribute, and they can contribute only together if they know what are the policy demands and what are the societal demands.
Thank you. So, Mr. Richard, you head, as you mentioned, RDC International. So, can you mention a couple of technology areas that would be of interest for startups to focus on? Maybe 2 or 3 hottest areas, pockets of technology development or services which you feel in the years to come would be increasingly
Yes,
useful?
that's an excellent question. So we've been ocean observing now for decades, and the technology continues to evolve and constantly is changing. And here we are now on the verge of AI entering into the observing community. And again, for the students in the room who are just about to enter the community, it's a perfect time. And if you're going to be getting involved in some sort of an ocean startup, so I come from the era where we called it global warming. Okay, politics changed that to climate change. What we like to say now is the climate has changed, especially for those of us that live in Florida. So that has opened up, let me back up. The ocean observing is no longer limited to the federal governments of whatever country you're from or the academics. Those were the 2 groups that conducted it. There are new end users in the game. There's new players in the game now, especially when you live in a hurricane-ridden state such as Florida. We now have interest from the insurance industry and the financial markets because they want to know, what is that hurricane going to cost us? So they have reached out to folks that conduct ocean observing. They're no longer relying on the federal models. They want their own models. They want their own scientists. They want their own ocean observing systems, especially along the coast. So, and again, we're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow, but that's where Seaward kind of comes into. We recognized what's happening, and we're trying to answer those questions. And again, it all boils down to collecting more data.
Excellent. So as you see, it's only when something actually pinches you that you realize the importance of it. So, Mr. Dinesh, so do you remember or can you correlate with a similar, spike in activities related to ocean awareness after the tsunami that happened in the Indian Ocean?
Indeed, perhaps 2004 tsunami. Post 2004 tsunami, immediately after a couple of days, for a customer, an IoT in Chennai, I was personally on the beach, on the port of Chennai, to open the port of Chennai. We are part of technology which sat inside the boat of an IoT, and that boat needed to be activated, and that boat was locked in the port. So we went there. I personally found with my engineers, the technology which was supposed to work is not working, which is part of that was hard disk has gone wrong. So perhaps I was talking with some of the people at an IoT. We sat down, we got it working through the night, and the support which we got from the industry was phenomenal. We're supporting from an institutional side. We're trying to open up a port. So what it needs is a determination, a focused approach to get things done. At that time, at that day, at that night, I had support coming from Europe, Denmark, and then I went up to United States, and then we were falling back on Singapore. And through the night and through the next morning, we got it up and running. And at Institute, we were at the middle of the night, at 3 in the morning, we got the computer up and running. We went back to the port and fixed it and got the boat running. This is one way where we can see the industry and the institution can collaborate. Coming back to this little more, I'm bringing back to the startup ecosystem, where we see the opportunities emerging is perhaps in the AI and ML. This is where the new oceanography is opening up. The way we have seen oceanography is in data processing, where we sit down and work a lot, and probably that can be done at very many levels using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And probably if we can use and harness this particular technology, we can take things forward. And this is one approach where startup really can work with the international community at this point in time. And probably at this point in time in underwater vehicles and underwater systems domain, there's a lot of things happening from the Indian ecosystem. Probably instead of everyone putting everything, probably if there can be a collaborative approach, which is what I've been talking with you, Commodore Ray, and probably an institutional academia and probably a startup ecosystem, if it can all evolve one at a time, not everybody doing everything or not everybody doing the same thing. If one at a time can be picked up from one among the many in the industries, there will be many things can be done at the same time, which probably can accelerate the projects at the national level and ensure the programs see the light of the day much quicker. And probably I see there is an opportunity here for working in tandem together.
Right. So that's a great point about the necessity for collaboration. So for Mr. Guru Prasad, you said over 2 decades your company has been working. Is it easier to collaborate with international firms than with Indian firms?
You're putting me in a very difficult situation. Sir, with collaborating with international firms, we have found it much easier. The Indian government, I wouldn't blame the people. It is the systems. We have certain systems. They have to adhere to those systems. And those systems, by nature, are difficult to and time consuming. So we realized this quite early. And this is where this conference attains a lot of importance. With AI and machine learning, a lot of things which we were earlier doing physically through measurements, we can actually have a newer method so that a lot of things can be simulated first before narrowing down on what we need actually as a measurement and this thing. I would never discount our own R&D institutes. They continue to remain the beacon. Their experts are the ones who we also lean on always. for guidance, for their experience. So this is a good amalgamation. If the startups are able to be guided by people from the scientific community, from established R&D institutes, they will help them give a pathway. And whatever difficulties they have experienced over their decades of service, that would be your initial problem statement to start with. So once again, dipping back into my experience, our company itself started like that. We could not serve the users as a government agency as quickly and efficiently as a private organization. So that's how we started our service. So that way, our institutes are a treasure trove of knowledge. How we tap into them, it might be a bit time consuming, but the opportunities are always there.
Okay, thank you. That's a very diplomatic way of putting the state of things. So, Mr. Siddhant, I suppose you would have less patience and less diplomatic skills than him, being just 5 years old in the startup ecosystem. So, what really bothers you? What are the one or two things that you would really like to change about how startups are encouraged or given opportunities in the ocean sensing domain?
One thing that startups should think is the people in the same domain aren't competitors. If at all we are saying again and again we are the same community, the kind of professional brought up which is being given to startups, especially by corporate investors, is who are your competitors? How can you beat them down? I think this is the domain in which we shouldn't be talking about competition, but we should be talking and looking at it from an angle of global welfare. So ocean is big for everybody to fill lots of money in their pockets, if at all dealt with precision. So I think everybody deserves their own sweet space in the kind of product development that they are aiming to do. So that's point number one. Point number two, which bothers me slightly, is so you just now mentioned it has been only 5 years in the startup space, and I think that's a lot of time already. The kind of way in which government is changing their mindset, but we should go beyond the scale of making startups lethargic by giving them a lot of time on just one development activity. So you take one proof of concept development project, have a little bit of money from us and do it for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I think that has to change. Agility has to be introduced in this space. And as far as the ocean exploration is concerned, it's a very long journey. It's a very deep journey. So that's why it has to be faster. The faster we travel, the deeper we'll be able to go. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And very well said. And I can only say that that is the best sort of concluding remark that we could have had from this discussion. We need to do things fast in order to go deeper, more quickly, and collaborate and share information and work together to benefit the society and humanity, because the oceans are a common resource and we are all part of this ocean community. Thank you very much for all your participation. Thank you. Are we now allowed to leave the dais? I think I stuck to 35 minutes or so. Thank you.
We request Dr. R. Venkatesan to felicitate the mementos to Commodore Mitre. Where is he? Mr. Hans van Sumeren.
Thank you, sir. You have moderated so well, and a lot of information you could get from them. That's the best part of it. And thanks to all the panelists for sharing their knowledge and information to the students. I'm sure that this is beneficial, and I requested them to prepare a small draft note that will be presented to the Vice Chancellor, who was talking about it today morning. Thank you.
Mr. Rick Dale Cole. Dr. Joanna Staniva. Mr. J. Guruprasad. Mr. Dinesh. No, they switched it. He gave it to Dinesh first. Mr. Siddhant. Ma'am, volunteers?
No, no, none.
I know, what else should I say?
That's all you said. Yeah, let them take the feedback. One last. Yeah, no to volunteers.
I will discuss with you some aspects of the naval technologies because I was also heading the naval labs of DRDO. So I know what they are doing that I am going to tell you. If you look at the whole thing is a innovation. Innovation happens in various time frame. And what you see here is the innovation cycle, which has given the creative, this is a creative destruction. The waves started coming from 1785 onwards and giving many new technologies. And the fifth wave was software, digital networks, mobility, media, and we are in the sixth wave. So the sixth wave is more dominated by AI and robot, nanotechnology, sustainability, networked systems, then autonomous systems, hypersonics for speed, and underwater systems. So the marine study comes under the underwater systems. Algorithmic, now quantum computing takes a front seat now, and finally all will lead to new products, new biological products, renewable energy, new resources from space and ocean. That's what is the forecast for the sixth wave, and that is that period between 2020 to 2045. And you know that many technologies came during the Industry 4.0 for cyber physical systems, from the AI, big data, augmented reality, 3D printing, cyber security, blockchain, IoT, integration, simulation, all these are the building blocks of 4.0. Now we are moving to 5.0 with the generative AI, then sustainability, human-centric and resilient industry, and 6G coming up. So these all will lead to the new paradigm of Industry 5.0, which will be dominant in even the ocean technology-wise also. So robotic comes in everywhere, including the ocean systems and also space systems, agriculture, industry, the fighting warriors, robotic surgery, robot doing the surgery, all these things are new things which are going to come. And AI taking a very important role in the whole thing, in the whole new technology coming up. And we are having machine learning to deep learning, then speech therapy, so many things it is coming in, the AI, the LLP, and so many other things. So the society is moving because of that, Industry 5.0, where the robotic takes a very front role. So the society also, from information society, we are moving to super smart society. I am giving this introduction to you because you should understand that the whole technology is moving very fast to the new paradigm. So what is going to happen is ocean activities are many, and not only India, many other countries are doing a lot of studies on the underwater the marine biological studies, and also the research vessels are there, and many things from the shore. All these things are happening. Satellite is also playing a very important role. We have got ocean sat, we have our own satellite we have. So these are the elements which are taking place in this one. So what is happening is the ocean technology is networking with a lot of data being gathered, and through many schemes. See, the networking is very important. Now it has come ocean of things, in the, like we call Internet of Things, now it has become ocean of things. So the machine learning role becomes a very important part to integrate all the data sets which are coming out from the studies. And wireless communication is also very important. Wireless power transmission also coming up. You see, presently our work is mainly on the transmission for the data communication. But the next step is going to be power transmission in the underwater. So that's also a lot of people are working on that. So internet is connecting all the underwater things, plus the ocean sat and the other combat aircraft and other things it is connecting. all will lead to a network-centric warfare. The defense, if you look at it, defense has got command, control, communication, computer intelligence, and also the SR, the surveillance and reconnaissance, all coming together through an IoT platform and to connecting the platforms. Platforms means the ships, we have the carrier, aircraft carrier, all these platforms are linked with sensors and also with weapons. This is what is now we are trying to do in an integrated way in defense. So the warfare is changing to human-centric, platform-centric to now network-centric with the AI, dominant AI, IoT, and the ocean is coming up into a big picture because if you see 70% is ocean. So ocean is going to dominate the future war. Space, satellite to satellite war, or high power microwaves, or missile to missile, or underwater. The theater of operation is going to be deep sea to space. So that's what is going to happen. So ocean is very important. Along with that, the sensor networking, high precision weapons like lasers, then you have got cyber warfare, drones, anti-drones, all these things are going to happen because we have got nuclear submarine which can go very deep into the water. So we need to know what's happening there. That is why we have got a sonar. So different types of sonars have been developed, and you see that competence which has been established already in India is oceanography is one important thing where we have got the research vessel and all the oceans around us have been studied well, and further research is going on along with the earth sciences. Then we have got the display system, signal processing, signal conditioning. This is a very important thing, transducers. Transducers, big transducer, small transducer, which can know they measure the distance between the platform to the enemy platform. So many the materials, simulation, all these things are happening in the sonar systems. And what are the main systems in operation is shipborne sonar or submarine sonar or airborne sonar, and all these things are possible. And offshore, we want to protect our shore also. So offshore also totally instrumented with this. And technology is available, transducer, the big transducer. We have also made in the MEMS also we have made a small transducer. These are the array, the towed array used for towed array, then power amplifiers, electro-opto mechanical connectors. Then you have got the electronic enclosures, airborne wings from the helicopter to drop the dung sonars, then transmitter units, acoustic, baffle, all these technologies have been done. And in each submarine we have got 5 different sonars. We have got the towed array sonar, we have got the passive and active, and then the array, flank array, all these things are fitted into the submarine so that when submarine moves, if enemy submarine or any other object comes, it can be tracked and it will give the complete measurement of the distance, the velocity with which the enemy object is coming. All this information is available so that they can fire the torpedo and finish off that enemy submarine. And we have got very good simulators and training centers which have been established at the NPOL Cochin, and they are the lead people in the sensor and training, sensor technology and the training. So we have also got the platforms which can be taken to the sea or the big lake for calibrating the various sensors. So this is the research ship which I was telling, that's called MARS, Marine Acoustic Research Ship, which is fully instrumented for measuring the all the hydrological properties of the ocean. Then different types of materials have been developed, acoustic tank we have, cluster computing, all these facilities are available at Cochin. And in the hydrodynamic research also we have got a big facilities established, including cavitational tunnel and with the design of the ships or aircraft carrier can be done by us. For the evaluation, we need all the facilities which have been established at Vizag. So these are the weapons which we have got. They are called torpedoes. These torpedoes are fired from the ship or fired from the submarine towards the enemy ship. We have got the torpedo advance. This tall is a light torpedo. It can go to about 12 kilometers and finish off the enemy. And we have got the bigger one. We have got up to 50 kilometers. We will be able to attack the enemy ship or submarine or any other object which is coming towards us. So we have also got air independent propulsion. So conventional submarines cannot stay a long time inside the sea. So we have developed an air independent propulsion which enables, it is a fuel cell project, which enables that it can go deep and stay for a long time. So the diesel submarine is equal to half nuclear submarine. That capability it achieves when you go for air independent propulsion. And also we have got in the submarine, we have got the, it is not just the AIP alone, it has got weapons also. See, because we have to protect our land. Strength respects strength. Unless you are strong, even technology you cannot develop. You need peace. So to make peace, we have got the weapons to tell the enemies that we are a strong country. So we have got many systems which can be fired from submarine. For a long distance it can go, the range, 3,500 kilometer missiles are there in our nuclear submarines. So also we have also developed a supersonic cruise missile. That's also fired from the submarine, fired from the ship, and it is also very useful for protecting our assets. It can be fired, this is the only operational supersonic cruise missile in the world. Sea, land, air, we have got against any targets on the sea and as well as on the land. Any place you can fire it, that is send it, and any type of trajectories it can take, and it can be launched from ship, land, submarine, silos, and also from air. So this is the type of, I don't know whether it's there. No, it's not coming. So that's the air launch, but the ship launch was not coming in this. So this is the comparison with the US. US has got a cruise missile which is called Tomahawk. We are 3 times faster than that, and 9 times we have got the energy. Every 3 seconds our missile can go. So each ship which has got 16 missiles, 16 targets can be finished off within 4 to 5 minutes. That's the capability we have built in India. And we are now building a hypersonic missile to be launched from ship as well as from submarine. So the underwater drones, this is also another important thing. We are developing underwater vehicles, number of UUVs we are developing, unmanned underwater vehicles. Along with that, now we are also thinking of underwater drones, which has got a warhead inside. It can, like a torpedo, it can go and it identify the target, and it is enabled to finish off the enemy's objects. So now we are all talking about energy. So like what the Secretary MOE has told. So important thing is energy, water, and the food. That's what he said. So the energy is very important. That ocean is one of the resources for the clean energy. So the energy from ocean is tidal wave or current, and one of the things which we have found is the thermal energy. That is the temperature at the top as well as temperature at the bottom. Because of the difference, it is possible to generate energy. That is the thermal energy. So a lot of work has been done on that, but we don't have an operational system today. But many efforts have been made by NIOT and other organizations. But a very interesting thing which people don't know is this. Uranium seawater extraction makes nuclear power completely renewable. 4 billion tons of uranium in seawater would fuel thousands of 1,000 megawatt plants for 100,000 years. This is the storage available in the ocean. Nobody has extracted uranium from the ocean. but you see how many tons of uranium is lying there. So this is one source for our future, this one. It's endless as solar and wind. So I thought that we should get a new concept. New concept is we should build, this is an island, floating island. Many things are going to happen floating, so this is one of them. You create an island, have the offshore windmills, put solar panels, everything you put, but you can also have solar power satellite. Today solar power is restricted based on the availability of the satellite. You have a solar power satellite, transmit through microwave the electricity. Here you need a place, remote place to receive the microwave and then convert it into electrical energy. That is also possible in the island. Then you can also generate water. You can desalinate and get good water and pump it to the nearby shore. Or you want to generate green hydrogen, that is also possible. So one island can give many solutions of energy. This is what is my thinking, that we should have such an islands created so that power is not a problem. So each of the island can generate 250 megawatt of clean power it can generate, and it is economical because you are not using the land, you are not creating problem to the people. All those things are the advantage. So the nuclear energy is another important thing, is that instead of having it on the land where we have got a problem of having the radiation, you can have it on the ocean. Ocean, we can have the floating nuclear plant also. This Russia has done it. So we are also thinking about 300 megawatt of power. The small reactors are being made, and these reactors can be put in a floating vessel. This is what I said about the solar power satellite. A satellite which is put in the geostationary orbit, it gets 1 gigawatt of power. It gives all 24 hours it gets power, because it is away from us, and it is nothing to do with the movement of the earth or the availability. Sun's rays are available all the time, and it will be possible to send it through microwave to the isolated place where we can reconvert it. The process has been established. Converting to microwave to electricity has been established. So, and also you can do desalination, so water, power, all these things that we can do that. And you need to build this big station. You need to have, many times you should go and do that. That is the International Space Station technology. India is also going to have its own space station. So this is going to be up. That station is 400 kilometers. This is going to be geostationary. We can tug it to that, and any amount of load can be transmitted easily in the space. So this is going to be another big boon, which is going to happen in 2040. We are planning to do that. So this is the floating ocean village. Now, because there's a problem of, the ocean, some of the shore cities may not exist after some time, because the ocean, it's increasing its height, so it may come to this station. Like Chennai, you will have a problem. So such a time of things you need to live peacefully. So these are ocean village concepts, ocean sports complex. It's all inside the ocean. This is Dubai is going for underwater hotel. This is a big plan they have got. They're going to have, this whole thing is in underwater. And then you have got the residences, build residences. So many new concepts are coming, how to use the ocean. So we are now seeing that in all these things, there is a central activity which is to take place, that is the AI to come. So that's why this AI-related activities in the industry 5.0, which is very, very important. Quantum computing is another one. Then precision farming using the satellite pictures, and then green technology for power generation, our own processor. Then like this, we are now planning even bringing resources from the moon and the planets. So our next target is Mars. Mars is our target. Mars is livable, so we are now targeting Mars. So world economy, if you look at it, we are now 5th in the world and with 4 trillion. And within next 2 years, we are moving to the 3rd position, overtaking Japan and Germany. So USA, China and India are the lead players, but at the same time, USA is crashing out. So by 2047, our 100th year, we are going to have the economy almost equal to the USA. That is what the prediction is, because we are the highest in our growth rate. If you see the growth rate, USA is struggling with 2, China coming up with 4.5, we are 6.8. This is our GDP growth rate. So we're extending this, and if we can increase our growth rate to 8.5, that's a prediction, we will be very close to the US economy. This is what is the prediction. So India has become a very big nation now, not only in the technology, in economy, and also in the ocean science.
This is India, the world's fastest growing major economy, expected to be the world's 3rd largest economy by 2027.
So thank you very much. So any question, you can ask me. One or two questions. So I slightly deviated from your general type of lectures because I want to tell you that India is a very strong nation. That's a message. Thank you very much, sir. Sir?
So thank you, sir, for enlightening us. You making this presentation, and many students would feel that he has just told me about an hour before in front of our Vice Chancellor. I am surprised to see such a wonderful presentation he has made it, and that shows his vast experience. Thanks a lot. We are honored to have you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And we request Dr. R. Venkateshan to felicitate the memento to Dr. Shivananda Pillai.
Is that okay for prize distribution? I would like to call Dr. Venkatesan sir, Mr. Hari sir and Mr. Shivakumar sir for the Nanda Award prize distribution. Sure, sir. I'm having a few points.
So good afternoon. We are here to give the MTS 4th Nanda Student Innovation Award. This is to honor our the Secretary of MTS, and whose initiative we are all here. And he is not with us. In his remembrance, we started this with the support of the family and also donors. We have accumulated about 12 lakhs worth of cash, and which is deposited in the fixed deposit. And in this regard, we want to thank our donors, Sonadine UK, and the family of Mr. Nanda, and the MTS headquarters who provided us $5,000, and Commander SP Sharma, who is a Coast Guard chief, and also one more aerial systems, Commander Captain Shanbag, and also Inmasat, Mr. Sharma. So all of them have contributed in a short span, and that money we are giving to students. I am glad that the students have submitted their proposal, and thanks to the jury who have evaluated, and I will request you to tell the names of the jury who are part of that. Thank you very much. This is to tell you brief about what is this Nanda Award. Every year we are giving. It's a 4th year we are conducting it. Thank you.
Is our beloved late Mr. K. Nandakumar, founder and secretary of the MTS India section, had been thriving to develop new affordable technology and motivated students from schools and colleges to become involved in marine technology. So to continue his dream, the MTS India section has proposed the annual MTS Nanda Student Innovation Award as an honorary and respect towards his vision and mission, and is also approved by our MTS headquarters. So at this moment, I take privilege to thank our jury members, Dr. Kesav Kumar from NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology, Dr. U. Soumya, Professor from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. Shivakumar from Electronic Lab India Private Limited, and finally Mr. Sridhar, Research Scholar from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. So here is the winners. So the first winner is Annie Persia, S, Lara Mercy, A, and Janani from Loyola ICAM College of Engineering and Technology on the topic Development of Pulley Monitoring System for Deep Sea Operations. Annie Persia, Lara Mercy, and Janani. I said I would like Mr. Sridhar from IIT Madras and Soumya ma'am to join. And the second winner, Srinidhi S, Sole Ganesh, Mohammad Arif, and Dr. C.N. Savitri from Sri Sairam Engineering College on the topic Automated Pulse Joule Excitation for Rapid Conversion of Composite Plastics into Pulsed Graphene. Srinidhi S, Sole Ganesh, Mohammad Arif, and Dr. C.N. Savitri from Sri Sairam College of Engineering. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Actually, the third prize is awarded to Ms. Aparajita and Jitesh from SRM Institute of Science and Technology.
It is my privilege to honor our industrial sponsors. From NIOT, Mr. Sundar. Mr. Sundar, Dr. Srinivas, Mr. Sundarsan. Sudarsan. From Qualsys AB, Mr. Kirti Mohan. Mr. Kanak Chowdhury. Mr. Ashutosh Kumar. Mr. Kushaldeep Sharma. From Sun Technology, Mr. Krishnakant Chevala, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Bora. From Varya Technology, Mr. Nikhil Matthew, Mr. V.S. Rajaraman, Mr. Shubham Kumar, Ashik, Baiju, Sudish. From Electronic Lab, Mr. Yogarajan, Mr. Kamal Nathan, Mr. Armugam, and Mr. Santosh.
We would like to call Hari sir and Shivakumar sir to join in this. Please, sir.
From Pan India, Mr. Mohan C. From Andromeda, Mr. Siddhant. From Indomar Marine, Mr. P. Chandramohan, Mr. Sridhar. From Sairam, Mr. Harish Babu. From Samhita Marine, Mr. Hariharan, Mr. Dinesh Babu. From Kongsberg Discovery, Mr. Suraj Patnaik.
We would also like to call upon Dr. Tune Usha from National Center for Coastal Research for sponsoring this event. We are just moving on to the paper presentations. Before that, I would like to call upon Ajit and Dr. R. Venkatesan sir on the stage. So this is a surprise for Mr. Ajit Raj. I just want to introduce Mr. Ajit Raj on the stage. He was our alumni student, 2016 passed out, 17 passed out, from Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department, and we have invited him for the conference especially, only because he was the initiator for this Marine Technology Student Chapter in SRM. So faculties, we are not responsible for that. Actually, he initiated it and we just followed his path. That's what. So he proposed me as a branch counselor for that during that period, and we started working on that. And in his personal things also, we will say every time there might be some golden students. So he was one of the golden students that time. He used to sit only in the labs, not going for any other activities and working only in R&D projects. So we are very fortunate to have Ajit Raj all over. He has come from his place and now he is working with Micron Technologies. I am indeed very happy to be that he is here for this particular event, and I want to facilitate him with the memento. So I request Venkatesan sir to give Ajit Raj a special memento.
And thank you so much, all the dignitaries that have joined us so far. Paper presentations will shortly begin. Paper presentation 1 will be conducted in Mini Hall 1, and paper presentation 2 will be conducted in Mini Hall 2.